Speaking of recording policies, I don't know if this is going on YouTube or not. I don't know. Okay, okay, wow. Okay, so yeah, be advised, speaking of recording policies, that this sounds like it'll be a recorded session, work session, public session. And on the Representative Luno is in the House. I just started talking, Dave, and I didn't realize that, speaking of recording policies, that apparently this is going to be recorded on YouTube as a public work session. So, given that, I want to make sure I speak in good English and that type of thing. So to set this up again, as I just started to do, HB 1295, we were all here for the, I was a prime sponsor, so you may recall I introduced the bill months ago and explained the intent behind the bill months ago. We had a lot of questions the day that that I introduced it. And we spoke about it not that much in executive session, and it fairly quickly was recommended to interim study. So as I'm setting this up, let me just compare this, as I did when I introduced the bill the first time, to the gifted student bill. It's the same concept, truly. This bill has no policy. This bill has no policy mandate and no spending requirement. And does everybody have a copy? I have one extra. If you don't, or you can certainly pull it up. If you don't have it, you can pull it up online. Very, very short. And again, to
set this up a little bit. It's kind of modeled on the gifted student bill, which similarly had, as I said, no policy mandate, no spending requirement. And all that did, and all this does, is ask the districts, the New Hampshire school districts, to share with DOE, much in the same fashion as the gifted bill, their policies in terms of recording, classroom recording, media policies, visitation policies, and that type of thing. And I want to thank Representative Hobson and Representative Ford for coming in, and Representative Luno. Those three were not on the list that Chairman Ladd put out as having been assigned to this. So appreciate them swinging by as well. So the gifted bill, Deb, I want to thank you for Representative Hobson for sending me the link. As I mentioned before, DOE, in response to HB 321, which was the gifted bill, has put out guidance or recommendations. Attorney Fenn, there's a word for that. When DOE sends out a guide, that's it. Yeah. So the technical advisory for the gifted bill 321, which is now statute, it has been sent out to all the schools, and Representative Hobson sent me the link to it. I looked at it. It's very, at least for me, and hopefully for all of us, it's very exciting to see that in response to the statute, simply asking districts to share what, if anything, they're doing for gifted students with DOE for the so-called best practices folder. We spend a lot of, now, the reason I mentioned the gifted bill is because that 2 terms ago, when it first was introduced, it was my bill originally 2 terms ago, that bill was sent to interim study, and there were 7 of us who met and talked at length about it. I'm trying to think, Barbara Shaw was, I think she chaired the committee, actually. She did. She chaired the work session interim study committee on gifted students. And so the subcommittee, after talking about it, Dan Wolf was on that, Dave Doherty was on there, trying to think who else was. Anyway, the committee voted, recommended 5-2 on the gifted bill to have that move forward with a recommendation of ultimately OTP. And so in the fall, and Patty and Linda, Representative Cornell, Representative Tanner will recall, it came to the full committee in the fall, not for anything other than to have the committee review the subcommittee's recommendation. And I recall Representative Shaw made the motion to support OTP for that. Representative Guile seconded it. And I have to smile because Representative Myler was there, and he looked at me at the time, and I don't think Mel was necessarily for it, but after Barbara and then Mary moved it, he at that time voted to support OTP on the gifted bill. But that was just a recommendation in the fall of 2018, and then there was another election, and I wasn't here. Representative Lang tried to keep that going. It didn't move forward the next session, but we brought it back this past session. And because of the time that we spent on it and having the precedent of interim study, the imprimatur from interim study for that bill, it passed committee, passed the House, passed Senate, became law. And it's, I think, and I hope that that bill is really making a difference. Every district in the state now is at least thinking about better identifying and supporting gifted students. So this is the same type of concept, 1295, just asking schools to look at their policy reports. Now, again, I'm doing more talking than I planned, but I do want to set this up properly and thoroughly. So this bill, 1295, asking for reports, and what prompted this, the COVID thing, the COVID situation really had a lot to do with this because, as you all know, during the COVID pandemic situation, every school had to come up with a plan to go remote. And these remote plans, in many cases, most cases, involved some sort of media, obviously. classroom recordings, hybrid policies, YouTubes, Zoom conferences, whatever. So very much uncharted waters, and some of the concerns that came up out of these remote classes understandably had to do with privacy issues for teachers and students and participants, for example. And again, I'm repeating stuff that we talked about in the hearing and exec session, but many folks, obviously including myself because I put the bill in originally, what about these Zoom classes that are people can sign in on, presumably with a password or whatever. But what if somebody records a classroom Zoom session? What are the implications of that for all concerned, for the students? If a student is participating remotely in a Zoom conference or a call or a course and speaks up or whatever, or the teacher speaks up. Now, on the one hand, there's some good things about that, because if you record it and you miss the Zoom class, then you can play it back and catch up. And I think there's some real merit to that and good things about that. To tie that into here, if this is being recorded, I guess it is, from what Jennifer said, then this will be out there, I guess, forever, on YouTube, or until YouTube goes away, whatever. So the good part of that is that people can go back and listen to these house sessions, house hearings, or classes. But the concern is, what if a student, a young person, a minor, gives expression to something that they wish they could take back? Well, they can't. What we say and have said on all these countless house hearings and house sessions is out there for good. So our students and teachers that are doing remote classes, hybrid classes, Zoom classes, do they fully understand the implications of participating in a remote class? So anyway, presumably every school district, every school, every teacher, every class that does remote learning has a policy, or not. What if they don't? Or what if there is something wrong with the policy? So as with the gifted bill, to have a requirement, a statutory requirement for districts to share with DOE what their policy is for remote learning for classes. Also, what if a parent wanted to, or did in some cases, if there's quarantine situations, if a parent wanted to come to school to pick up hard copies or materials for their student, are there policies allowing for parents to go to the school to pick up materials? I don't know. It seems reasonable, but during the pandemic, we'd hear questions about parents or students, or when the schools shut their doors, can things be mailed? Again, I'm not pushing any policy. We're not pushing any policy, but we do want to, through these reports that would come in if this ever moves forward, identify some of the bad practices to avoid and good practices to emulate. So that's the intent behind this. So that's a lot of background for this. So having said all that, this being a work session on this bill 1295, requiring school districts to report in-classroom observer policies and in-classroom video streaming and recording policies to the Department of Education. And also along these lines, again, before I let we have other folks weigh in, these things are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. I was a college professor for many, many years, and on the college level, and I know Oliver was too, and most of you have all been in classrooms where what is the professor or the teacher's policy with regard to in-classroom recording? I know I can think of A&P, Anatomy and Physiology class, where it was encouraged for students, if they wanted to record everything so that they would have those lectures to review and study. but the implications on the college, college syllabuses, professors have their recording policies. It's a public contract of sorts, a syllabus. Here's the policy. If you're going to take this class, understand if you're going to record, these are the constraints on recording the lectures. Now, for high schools, again, we're hearing there's a myriad or a spectrum of policies in terms of recording. And when I was in the classroom, the high school classroom, these things didn't exist. In the college classroom, not that long ago, everybody had these things, and I would just say, okay, if you want to record, and for my purposes, if you want to record anything in class, I have no problem with it, but I don't want you to be distracted or playing with your cell phones. If you're going to record, fine. If not, I don't want you doing, word blitz while we're having a class. So that's another piece of this is in-class policies for in-class recording. There's a lot of stuff here that I think needs to be considered and evaluated. And again, as with the gifted bill, to have something with DOE with best practices, worst practices, I think is really important, really needed. So there's some background. And who else has any thoughts on any of this? That's why we're here. Representative Cornell.
Well, for one thing, I don't think the bill or the amendment had anything to do with parents going in to pick up any kind of schoolwork, which I think is always allowed and always has been, that if they want to go, it's as long as they're given enough notice, the work is always waiting in the office for parents to pick up, and I don't think there's that anywhere. But do you know how many districts do not have a comprehensive video recording? Because I looked up Manchester's last night, and every single one of their policies is listed on their webpage and in the booklet that students are given the first day of school, which parents have to sign and return that they received every single policy. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how many don't have this. And to be quite honest, to me, this is busy work. It's busy work for the district to have to do it, and I think it's busy work for the Department of Ed to have to keep track of them. When if a district doesn't like theirs or they're looking for help, they could just call the School Board Association or a neighboring SAU and say, hey, what do you have as your policy? Or even look online, because if anybody looks at Manchester's, you can find their entire policy list right there on the first page of their website.
Sure, great thought, great question. Your first question was, do I know how many districts have policies in place? And I don't. And good on you for taking the time to look at what Manchester does. And I know other folks in the room may or may not have some knowledge of what their districts do in this area. So just a couple quick responses. That Manchester has it sounds like from your looking at the website and looking into this, they have a comprehensive policy governing this. But my question to you would be, was this policy, did it predate the recording policy or did it predate the COVID thing, or is this a policy that's been put into place since the COVID shutdowns?
It predates it, but I think it's comprehensive enough that it covered what happened during shutdown, because it said if a teacher intends to create a recording of a class, prior written consent must be obtained by the parent legal guardian. Or if a student, parent, administrator, or member wishes to create a recording of a teacher, student, or class, prior written consent must be obtained from the teacher and the parent legal guardian of each affected school. And like I said, these all go home the first day of school in the handbook that the students get. And there's a page in it that must be signed by the parent and the student saying that they've written these and they agree to them.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. So I'll get right to you, Representative Hall. My response and concern to this, though, Representative Cornell, this predates COVID. And the recording policies that Manchester has in place sound wonderful for pre-COVID, but what you just described does not address hybrid classes or Zoom classes. And that's kind of part of what the impetus behind this bill was this new world of remote Zoom classes. And so as I explained earlier when I spoke probably for too long, explaining the impetus behind this, the Zoom aspect doesn't sound like that. Obviously that's the policy was put in place before COVID. So remote classes and Zoom classes, that's a whole issue that I tried to describe that it sounds like Manchester has not addressed and perhaps needs to. I'm not saying what their policy should be, but it sounds like what you described does not address the Zoom, YouTube, post-COVID, hybrid, remote learning issue that is of concern to some folks. And my other point I did want to make in terms of, you mentioned like busy work. I know when the gifted bill went to the House floor, in leading up to that, there were some folks who said it's an unfunded mandate or it's extra work or busy work or whatever. And my response to that was, the last thing that most of us want to do is give extra busy work to anyone. They have enough to do. But if there's a policy in place, whether it's for gifted or for recording, the requirement basically is some of us could be satisfied with just an email to the contact at DOE with an attachment saying, from Manchester, with regard to the requirement to submit a report on gifted or media policies, here's an attachment to a link and here's what we do. So from what you said, there's something in place already. So to satisfy the requirement, I don't see it as extra odious, unfunded mandate at all. Administrative assistant would just send an email and attachment to DOE, and then they would file it. So anyway, I just wanted to respond to that in that way. Representative Hall.
I was curious if there was a mandate that mandated districts to post policies, all policies. So there is not, right? I mean, to post online, there's no policy that says schools must do that. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's correct. Again, as I've said a couple of times, the intent behind this very short bill was simply to create another best practices folder. No policy mandate. Schools don't have to do anything policy-wise other than just share what they do.
That's right. So, and secondly, so you mentioned going back to the gifted, that it's making a difference. And what measurement is being used to say it's making a difference that DOE has this folder versus school districts say we need a policy, we do a search online, you can find it just like that wherever you want. Let's say if you think you have a school similar to Boaz is similar to Bedford, so they're going to go look at Bedford, they're going to go look at Amherst. So I'm just wondering what tool was used for you to say that folder made the difference? Do we have, just to follow up to that, do we have numbers that show how much access this folder gets? I mean, that's an easy tool, the DOE, that would be for the DOE, I guess the answer maybe. Is it used?
Sure. Yeah, great question. Of course, this is really new. And the reason I say that I and some of us are very excited about the fact that this is now in place is that qualitative, I think you're looking for maybe a metric or quantitative measure of how this gifted bill, which was the model for this bill, is making a difference. And the intent of the gifted bill, at least from my perspective, was to get districts to have a conversation, a discussion locally on what they are doing or could do to identify and support gifted students. So the fact that every district now has to look at what they're doing, or not, in many cases, they're not doing anything. So the fact that there's a conversation now that inevitably is going to happen in every district, qualitatively, that's how some of us think it's already in the process of making a big difference. To your question, if I think I'm hearing correctly, how, as I said, I think it's making a difference. How do I prove that? Well, my answer again is the fact that there's a discussion was the intent of the bill was to get people to pay attention and talk about gifted. So does that kind of answer your question a little bit?
Kind of. I'm not sure. That those discussions have happened. I guess for me is I'm wondering if because it's in a folder, you think that that's going to generate all kinds of talk and whatever because it's in the DOE folder. I mean, is that what we're saying? So, you know,
Yeah, sure. This is brand new. In fact, the date that this gifted goes and went into effect, I'm trying to think what it was. So there'll be a question we could answer much better in a year after there's been some time to see what's come into DOE. And again, we have a rep from DOE here. So in the short term, I'm thrilled personally, and others are as well, that as I said, every district is now talking about something that we think needed to be talked about that we think was not getting enough attention. So the fact that it's being discussed, I think, is a huge win at the start. Now, beyond that, Representative Hall, I think in a year, we can get with DOE and see what's come in, how many people have accessed the folder on best practices for gifted, how many really cool ideas that other districts, that a district put in that other districts had never thought of, that they say, wow, you're doing this, we're going to take and do a version of this too. That analysis and evaluation obviously can't take place until this has been in place for, a year. And I think and hopefully all of us will be very interested to see how much good flows from this. But again, we can answer that better in a year. Representative Tanner. You tell me who's standing
over here. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Moffett. A couple of things that I wanted to bring up regarding discussing the policies that you were talking about. I don't know that schools are required to post them online. It's just the policies have to be available to the public. So that maybe you show up at the school or the SAU office, they're available to the public. That being said, the recording, the opt-out of the recording, that does predate COVID. I do remember when that came into play that we were all required to actually have public hearings to discuss, right, whether or not this would go into place. So maybe you'll remember better, actually. My thought was at the time, it kind of morphed into whether people wanted their children to be recorded and whether to be on the school webpage, for example, at this point, social media. I feel as though that's what it morphed into and that's what you opt out of. I knew at the time of the hearing, so I can remember our superintendent discussing with us, it originated something along the lines of teachers that were going for advanced degrees, and they were actually recording themselves teaching. And they were using that to kind of look back and see how that they were doing, sort of as a review. That being said, too, I just wanted to bring up something else. I know we talk about the New Hampshire School Board Association quite often, and they do provide a service for sure, but they're a lobbying organization. I just hope that we refer people always back to the DOE because I think they're the experts in this area. And I'd like to dig deeper into the cameras as far as the scope of this is concerned. I don't know if we're able to or not because I know it's not on the original bill, but a couple of things that I wanted to talk about just were as far as safety and security are concerned. We learned in Texas that it probably would have been very helpful if there were video cameras in the classroom. And one thing that I've tossed around in my head is, you know what? Maybe we have those, the sound muted, for example, right? But at least that way, let's say there's a security officer in the school or the local police department, at least they can see in. I'm going to take that a step further and say that we would also need another layer of protection because as far as Parkland is concerned, their cameras were off by, I want to say, 27 minutes or something. And that was one thing that got them into trouble in helping out the children. The cameras were not in real time. The other thing I'm wondering, too, is we're talking about recordings for when the teachers are doing a lesson. It's very helpful for the children to have the recording later. I understand that, especially with COVID, when people had to be out on a regular basis. I'm wondering if there was something where, yes, if it was recorded, we can have the lesson recorded, but if there's a way that we could mute out, maybe after the fact, before it's shared, what the students are saying, because I do think the classroom needs to be a safe area for students. You're right, once it's documented, it's forever. I think there's too much of a kind of gotcha out there, and these are just young kids trying to learn, and I don't want it to come up when they were 35 that they asked a question that someone thought was ignorant or made a comment and it to follow them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Litchfield. I appreciate those thoughts very much. And you were on a school board, correct? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. First of all, I think the DOE has made rules that Zoom can't be done in schools anymore, or not that they can't be done in schools, but certainly they have a policy now that a school can't go to Zoom for COVID. So I think, the video policies that schools make, they have made, because they have video cameras, security cameras on buses, they have security cameras in classrooms. And I think, Kearsarge has their videos. I also think that, one of the reasons that this was kind of put on the back burner, I think, this bill, was because once we opened the Pandora's box of this whole issue, it just went, really far. And I think that, what about charter schools? What about the Prenda schools and the Chi schools that are internet schools? Do they have a policy, or is there a policy for them, recording students and their internet materials and their teachers? And do private schools and schools receiving voucher money, are they going to be covered in this particular thing? Because they're going to have video as well. I think that one of the comments that you made about in your opening statement was about how one of the things collecting this information is to identify the good and the bad policies. And I think it would be better, in my mind, if the DOE and I'm sure the State School Boards Association has a best practices policy for video recordings in classrooms, and that instead of collecting from the schools, they actually give guidance as to what would be some of the best practices. So I think it goes both ways. And I guess my last thing is time is money. And one of the things that, 8 years ago when I started my truck here at the house, I started because teaching, I was just totally, and I didn't have some of the higher, over-regulated teaching areas, but teaching was just, in schools, public schools, it's one regulation, one request, one requirement, no big deal. Add them all up, and somebody's got to do it. And that somebody has to do a lot of collection. And this one is major because you're talking security cams, you're talking cameras on buses, you're talking about cameras where teachers want, or student teaching and they need to be videotaped. You're talking about possible Zoom classes. And at this point, there's no way, if it's on the internet, just like you said with us, it's no way to take it back, So, and we're not doing Zoom classes in the future, at least not unless we want to extend the school year a lot. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done, and perhaps even sent off in different bills, unless you wanted to require, put these reports required from these other things, like security cameras, like Representative Litchfield talked about, the Prenda and Chi and the internet classes and even VLAC. What's their policy, and are they going to be required under this to come up with a policy? Unless that's in the total bill, I think we're missing the whole point.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Tanner. So a couple of things. I agree with, I just made some notes, your points about who would be covered by this. And you mentioned private schools, internet schools, charter schools. Yeah, I think that whatever comes out of this interim study committee or the full committee this fall or next year, if ever or whenever, I agree. I think that this should be applied broadly to any school that gets public support in any fashion, directly or indirectly. I think that they should submit their report. But I do want to say that, to your point about time is money, I tried to address that earlier because this came up with the gifted program, and I said this earlier. I and most of us do not want to impose any egregious administrative burdens, and I've been out. Most of us have been out in that world. And as I said earlier, the intent of this could be, in my view, as I said before, could be satisfied with an email and attachment. So, and I also want to get into, you flagged a lot of good aspects, bus surveillance, parking lot surveillance, that type of thing. This is what happened with the gifted bill early on. In fact, Chairman Ladd, he and I had some conversations. He was flagging all these different aspects about gifted, as you just did with this bill. What we don't want to do, what I don't want to do, and don't intend to do, or want to do, is get into any specific policies. The fact that you and I are having this little bit of back and forth on some pieces of this, that's the beauty of, that's the intent of this bill, is to get districts on their own, as much as they want to have discussions and conversations about things that need to be talked about, things that need definition, especially in this new world. So there is no policy mandate, there is no spending requirement. It's basically asking for an email to go to DOE. Sure.
It isn't just an email with an attachment, okay? Somebody at that school, let's take Kearsarge Regional High School, or Kearsarge Regional, has at least, they have 3 different elementary schools, okay? They have a middle school and a high school. They have a bus company. You're talking about videotaping, for example, extracurriculars, the whole package. So they have a basic policy for in classroom, okay, in the student handbook, just like Manchester does. But and this videotaping and student privacy puts schools at risk of lawsuits. Okay, so you're asking for policies where somebody in that district, whether it's an administrator or an administrative secretary, has to accumulate all these different policies that are throughout the school, okay, and then collate them, put them in an email, and send them to the DOE, okay? That's what they have to do. Time is money, and what I'm saying is, if it was just this one, and I spent half an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, collating this, trying to catch up with all the video requirements we have, and giving them to the administration, who then reviews them, probably takes them to the school board, because now the school board wants them, and I know that's part of your issue, and then emails them to the DOE, and may even have to send them to the attorney, because again, these types of privacy issues put districts at risk of lawsuits. And so if it's going to be published at the DOE or going to be accumulated at the DOE, that's concerning. So it's time. And so they've got, let's say, 3-4 hours for this, 3-4 hours for the civics, 3-4 hours documenting a whole bunch of other things, plus all the special ed stuff they have. Even as a classroom teacher, you're overwhelmed with paperwork. You just keep doing paperwork. And what it does is it takes away from your preparation time, it takes away from your school time, because it's money. So when you say it's not going to, it's just a simple email and a PFD, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Tanner. Again, honestly, I just don't see it that way, in all candor and all honesty. Again, I go back to Representative Cornell, who looked at the Manchester policy. The intent of those who understand what we'd like to see flow from this, everything you just described is locally public information. So again, I've said this a couple of times, I just don't have the same concerns that you do. We don't want to force any district to do any policy making. We just, as with the gifted bill, would like district to share what they have in place for a best practices folder. I honestly, I don't at all see or have the same concerns about this creating an onerous administrative requirement. I'm just speaking how I look at the intent of the bill. Share what's already public in a common folder so people can review that. Same as gifted. Representative Luno.
Thanks, thanks very much, Mike. So just a few points I wanted to get at listening to what's been made here, and I think Melissa made some very good points and observations, and with some very justifiable concerns with respect to in classroom audio and video streaming, and the potential unintended consequences that could go along with that. But I also wanted to address another comment she made with respect to the New Hampshire School Boards Association. She mentioned it's a lobbying organization. Lobbying is certainly one of their things. They have a government affairs aspect to it. But in my experience being on a school board, I really didn't see so much of their lobbying or government affairs effort as I did see their best practices when preparing model policy development for school boards. And in Hopkinton, we would start with that, and we would tune it to be specific to our district. But at least we had something that was a good start, very good, solid starting point based on not just work here in New Hampshire, but probably, I'm assuming, work in other states as well. So I think there's a lot to that organization, and I appreciate all the work and experience and skill that they bring to school boards throughout the state. Really the next thing I think, and this is something that Melissa was very emphatic on, and we've heard from the department how job one is student safety, and Diana and the commissioner speak about it all the time. We know student safety is an important thing, and my concern, or a concern, about having a folder with I won't even call them best practices, but practices of each school district with regards to classroom audio video and in classroom observers would be, now have we created like a one-stop shop for anybody to just go through and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to look at all of these and see which one just happens to say that a class has to be delivered both in person and remote, and that classroom observation is allowed either way, in person or remote, and doesn't necessarily limit it to any particular individual, such as a parent or a guardian or some, but opens the door wide open. And so, have we created a one-stop shop for somebody to go, oh, I see what's going on here. I could just go over to this school district, and you know what? If they don't let me in, then they're breaking their own board policy. And if they're breaking their own board policy, it's going to happen exactly what Representative Tanner said. It's going to spark a lawsuit. because that's what policies are really there to provide, is a consistent, clear requirement independent of anybody's sort of best thinking, like maybe a teacher's or principal, building principal, or the superintendent. Best thinking given a certain situation creates a black and white policy that applies independent of any knowledge of what may be going on at the time. And then I guess the third thing is, before we sort of jump in to creating the Office of the File Cabinet, the Best Practices File Cabinet, let's see what happens with this first folder with the gifted students. I took a look at the statute, and it went into effect July 23rd, 2021. It applies beginning to the 2022-2023 school year, which is the school year we'll be in as of July 1st. And it says by August 1st of that year, so this will be due this summer, is when school districts shall submit to the Department of Education no later than August 1st an annual narrative report detailing the policies, programs, procedures that are for gifted students. So I think we're way too early to say it's making a big difference or anything like that at this point, because the due date for even putting things into this folder hasn't even come yet, and so we don't know. We don't know if it makes a big difference. We don't know how much time's involved on the part of the school district, but certainly some time is involved, and I think probably starting with the bill, with Representative Moffitt's bill from last year, with respect to best practices for gifted students. You know what? Maybe that's sort of a good place to start to sort of root out how effective this file cabinet is going to be, without potentially putting something in there that is going to compromise student safety or create a channel for somebody with maybe motivations that are inconsistent with student safety, because it wouldn't appear to me that the gifted folder would have that type of problem with it. So I'm sort of thinking let's see what happens with what's already been done, and then this could be looked at down the road, but clearly I think we're getting into a very sensitive area. Districts may do things differently depending upon the interests of their local school boards, and I hate to see it be used for purposes that we're not going to improve and further student outcomes. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Luno. And I agree with your point about practices versus best practices. Best practices is kind of a term, but I think you're right. Practices, what's a good practice for some might not be seen as a good practice for others. And I want to make one other comment. And then, of course, this is a work session, but Diana, Attorney Fenton, is in the house, and I think some of us would like to get a perspective from her. I want to say two things before we move on. One of which, to go back to the gifted bill, as we've said many times, that's a model for this approach. The 5-2 vote, when we did take a vote on gifted a couple terms ago, one of the two who voted against it, as public record, was Chairman Ladd. And I just had conversation after conversation with Rick about the gifted bill. And he's a smart guy, and he knows a lot and he was flagging all these questions. What about this? What about that? What about this? We're going to think about this, going to think about that, on and on and on. And I finally he understood the intent, is why he eventually supported it. I said, Chairman, I said, Rick, all these things that you're flagging makes the point of the intent of the bill. These are things that need discussion. We don't want to impose any policy. We just want to gather existing public information into one spot for the convenience of those. But, and I hope, and finally he came around and understood that in the process of requiring this information to be submitted, and via, again, I'll say, I don't think it was egregious, just send us what you have in place. But the districts or the schools that didn't, in the gifted case, that didn't have anything in place or that don't have anything in place, out of that comes a conversation. So the same thing here, Representative Tanner, as Representative Ladd did, and you just now, flagging all these potential concerns. And my answer to you is what I kept saying to Rick. I said, Rick, those are all great questions, but we're not asking for any policy. We're just asking for what you have for information. And if any districts aren't paying attention or for whatever reason, and through this process, a gap is identified that needs attention locally, then that's up to the districts to have that local conversation and fill in those gaps however they want to. So anyway, and then the last point I wanted to make was on this bill, and also the bill this afternoon, Representative Hobson and I had stopped by DOE whenever that was. We had a chat with Caitlin, and the commissioner came by, just informally talking about some of the last year's legislation and getting some thought. Mackenzie was there, and a guy named Scott came by, and we just talked about some stuff that was on radar screens, and we asked them some questions, and Diana's here, and she can hopefully provide a little bit of input from DOE. So there was, from that informal confab, we got some notes and ideas as to how some of the folks at DOE looked at the gifted bill, or the classroom recording issue. So anyway, these are things that we've been discussing for a while. It's nothing that just popped up. Are there anybody else before we ask? Sure.
Thank you. I do completely agree with the safety and security aspect 100%. I do have to say, though, at this point in time, we've all been required to put together our safety plans, right? They're housed in a central location at this point in time. I'm assuming Homeland Security, but they're housed in a central location. My thought is just, now that we all have a mini computer that we carry around, most kids do, right?
Safety plans.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know if those are. Yeah, just the safety plans for Homeland
Right.
Security. I think that was in a recent bill that we passed. I don't recall, and maybe Diana has this, if those are available for public inspection.
They are not available for public inspection, but this wouldn't be available for public inspection. I thought the question was just, it would be in a centralized location at DOE, correct?
This is available for public inspection.
Okay, that wasn't my interpretation.
Unless it clearly states that it is not
Okay.
a 91A.
Maybe that's something that we could do. I am just wondering now, I guess my point is we all have devices. Schools are at this point requiring devices, if not even assigning them, even to elementary kids that did go remote, or even to utilize. I'm just wondering if it's time that we need to consider some type of high-level, broad framework. Do you know what I'm saying? I know that the big saying is to kick the can. Isn't it time that we address video recordings? It's so widespread at this point in time, just because it's the year 2022. So I'm not.
School districts have.
Go ahead.
I believe school districts are, if they're going to have any sort of video surveillance, on school property, that they have to have a policy and they have to hold a public hearing, as you mentioned prior to that. I don't think that districts can just set up cameras and move on.
I guess I just don't understand why is it an issue if we house this information at DOE in a central location. We ran into this even with the SAUs and how they're set up. We have local control, which we pride ourselves on, but we're scattered. We have so many different things happening. I just don't understand why we don't try to centralize that and maybe come up with best practices, as you mentioned. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm truly trying to grasp this and understand why it's not a good thing. That's all.
Thank you, and thank you. Representative Hall.
Just a quick question. So a school district could put in their report, we don't do anything for gifted and talented, or we don't have any policy. And that's their report. Year after year, they could put that report in, and we're making an assumption that that school district's going to say, whoa, all these other school districts have something, maybe we need to look at something. Is that what the intent is?
Sure. In fact, the link that Representative Hobson shared with me, when I saw what DOE put out as a technical advisory, they said, with regard to gifted, if you have no policies in place, just tell us that. So if districts don't have policies in place and don't want to have policies in place, that's up to the district. But again, as I said before, the intent of that bill and this bill is to encourage, through statute, districts locally to identify gaps and maybe talk about them. And if they, in the gifted case, if a district never puts anything into place, that's okay. The intent is not to mandate anything, it's just to get it on the radar screens, because there's some things like the gifted things, why it's law, and why we're having this discussion here. There are some districts have some things in place and some don't. So out of this, with no mandate, no spending requirement, the vision is that these gaps will end up being filled, which otherwise would not be had we not shined a light or had this discussion in this potential statute. Representative Tanner?
I don't know if this question is for you or for Attorney Fenton, but I just went to the DOE, to the advisory, the technical advisory. And it has a survey that the Department of Education made for people to fill out. And it's part of this ESS system, survey page of this ESS system. And when I went to look at the survey, I couldn't get into the survey. Okay, so I have no idea what questions are being asked or why they're being asked from the State Department of Education. And I guess my whole thing about centralized data is, why do you need centralized data, and who or whom is going to be using that data, and for what purpose are they going to use that data? I mean, if all you wanted was to have school districts have a discussion, all the DOE would have to do would be to put out their own notice that says, we think that it would be important for you to develop video surveillance and video whatever you've done with your Zoom classes to address that subject. The same thing with gifted and talented. All they had to do was to send out a notice to the schools that say, we're discussing gifted and talented, and we think you need a discussion on the local level. Why do they need a central database where they're collecting more information about schools and students at the DOE? That's one of my, and also who's developing the surveys and what do the surveys look like? Because the way the surveys are worded could make a significant difference on how the data is collected. I just think that it's the risk is at the local level. And a few years ago, we passed a bill, I believe Representative Cordelli was the sponsor of it, that said that any internet connection from schools had to agree to a total privacy policy. And it hamstrung a lot of new ideas, innovative things that were going on at schools. For example, I know at one of the schools that I was talking to, they had a online drafting that they no longer could use as long as that bill was in effect. And that's the kind of thing where, again, speaking as a former teacher that had to put up with all the regulations and had to jump through all the hoops, and realizing that the charter schools don't have to do anything, any of those hoops, unless it's specifically stated in the bill, that if it's good for the goose, it should be good for the gander, that we shouldn't be putting more regulations, more requirements, more time, if it's just collecting data. If we don't know why it's collected, we don't know, if it's to spark a discussion, just ask them to have a discussion. If there's some purpose of collecting the data and having it in a central location and it's never seen by anybody or never used by anybody, what's the deal here? It's a no deal, So those are the questions I want answered. And again, I'll just say time is money.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Tanner. And you mentioned regulations, and I say again, this bill, this proposed measure, has no regulations other than a reporting requirement to let us know what you already have. I'm sorry?
That's a requirement. That's a regulation. Okay, that's why we're putting it into statute. Statute is
Yes.
a mandate. Okay.
Yes, a reporting requirement, I don't see as a regulation. I guess it's semantics. I don't want more, we don't want more regulations if we can avoid that. We just want to have people share public information. The Cordelli bill, I heard about when this first came up, Chairman Ladd mentioned the Cordelli bill and all the trouble that you mentioned came out of that. And that's what, speaking for myself, I don't want that Cordelli bill. I don't want that flowed out of that. That's not what this is about. And finally, the point about DOE or the state school board or whoever putting a memo out and asking for the same information, that's come up before. And my answer to that, and that's a fair question, why do we need a statute? And my answer is the imprimatur of statute, the fact that the people's representatives thought that something was important enough to have a hearing and exec session discussion and about a law, that has some gravitas and that matters. Not everybody loves the state school board people. Not everybody loves the commissioner, believe it or not. And if the commissioner sends out, and he said this, and Diana can in a moment or two speak to a lot of this. The notion of having this accomplished by a memo doesn't cut it, and didn't cut it, and wouldn't cut it. A lot of schools just are not responsive to memos from the DOE, but they have to be responsive. If this is in statute, gifted is now in statute, and people know that. And so locally, now people can come to their superintendent or the school board and say, there's a law that says you need to submit a report as to what you do for gifted. Are you following the law? So that's a long answer, but I think statute matters much more than a memo. That's why, we're using the statutory route rather than a memo.
All right, so we've got 8 of us around here. We've spent almost an hour and 15 minutes on this, on top of what's already been invested. What's the plan here?
But before I answer what's the plan, Representative Tanner, did you have your hand up? I want to.
I just, putting something into a law, whether it's a requirement or a regulation, is this, in my view, is the same thing. You don't come down with a heavy hand of a law if what your intent truly is just to have a discussion. Okay? If that's what the intent is, then you don't need a law, you need a memorandum, and you need people to actually at the State Department who have specialties in this area, for example, the Bureau of Education Opportunities, to go around to schools and say, look, this is what a great gifted and talented program looks like. This is what a great policy, and you should have a policy. I'm sure that the insurance companies, Primex and those insurance companies that insure schools, have talked to them extensively about the risks of videotaping and that sort of thing, and student privacy. I'm almost positive. And this just seems like an intrusion, a heavy government intrusion into something that should be local discussion. And if your intent is just a discussion, then a memorandum should do it, and certainly information coming out. I know when they used to have like a social studies coordinator or a guidance coordinator at the Department of Education, that person in that particular department used to give out information to local schools and people that were teaching or people that were guidance counselors about best practices, what's going on, what's really needed. And that in itself would spark discussion. So I just think this is a heavy hand. I think it's a big government idea. I think it's a database that's going nowhere unless we can find out who actually is using the data, why they're using the data, and have a copy of the survey that's going out. Thank you.
Representative Hudson.
Thank you for taking my question. And Rep. Tanner, I love all your comments. First question is charter schools. Since charter schools are public schools, would this apply to them as well? And second, I would love to hear from the DOE. It does not apply to.
Nothing applies to charter schools unless it, in the specific law that it says it applies to charter schools. Other than that, they don't have to apply it to it.
Thank you, Representative Hobson and Representative Tanner. Before I ask DOE to be available for questions to Representative Luno's point about where we're going to go with this, I want to let DOE have a chance to weigh in, and then to Dave's question, I've got a bunch of notes here. So what I kind of anticipate is just like the charter school issue that just came up. I mean, these are things that in the next year, if something like this is introduced, I think the language, should address better questions that have been raised today, like charter schools. So that's kind of a quick answer to you. But before I ask Representative, not Representative or Colonel or Commissioner, Excellency Attorney Fenton, she's on her way up. It's okay. It's happening.
Differences to me. It's still technically morning. Good morning, Diana Fenton from the department. Representative Tanner, the survey questions are in your email. They were written by Nate Green, who has testified before this committee. And so I just sent that email to you. If you have, sure, send it to, yeah, of course. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have. It's nice to see everyone again.
Representative Hobson, sure.
I don't even know if I'm technically on this group because I just showed up accidentally early. So anyway, I can be Representative Sodi. Can you tell me what the DOE would think about with a measure like this? What would it entail? I'm thinking, if someone wanted to, if my constituents
particularly wanted to know what were we doing with classroom recordings or, parent observations. Housing something like this, what would that entail for you or for the DOE? Have you thought about this? Answers to some of our questions?
Yeah, to some of them. I mean, I think we always take our guidance from the law as written, right? And then we base it on that, and we base it on our prior precedents of interpreting similar laws. And so I think it would be reasonable to interpret it similar to the gifted and talented structure. And there was a lot of discussion about that a couple of legislative sessions ago in terms of what would this look like. I believe that I testified that, our concern was that it would be a file cabinet that would just sit there. And so the idea was it would become a website, it would be more interactive. And that's how we have designed this. I think Representative Luno's point is correct. We just don't know how often this tool will be used. We just don't have that information right now. This has just been launched. But we had all those concerns that we've heard this morning with the gifted and talented bill, just in terms of how much would this be utilized and accessed, and how much of DOE time and staff would be put into it. And so we have been able to fulfill the requirements of that law, I think, pretty easily, and create this website, and we will see how often that is utilized. I would like to address Representative Luno's points. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure which law talks about surveillance in the school setting. I know that it is addressed. I would be surprised, and this is just my own observation, I would be surprised if schools don't have a policy, some sort of policy on surveillance issues. When it comes to school safety issues in terms of the Homeland Security concern, which was brought up, that law has been on the books for quite some time. It was amended last session, more editorial rather than substantive, and schools do have to turn in those blueprints to Homeland Security. I believe that DOE gets a copy of them as well, but we've made it clear in our testimony and in the law that we are not first responders, and we should not be looked at to have that information available in a crisis. And we have put, there's a provision in the law which excludes those blueprints from public consumption. Those are just private internal documents. If there was a concern about school safety, which I certainly heard from Representative Luno, I think you could tailor it similar to the blueprints, that it is internal consumption only. I don't know what that would look like to limit it only to the districts. Right now, our website is open to the public, as you all know. But that is potentially a way that we could address those concerns, because I think they're very valid concerns. Any other questions?
Of course.
I am remiss that I did not bring my law book.
Well, hopefully we have those in the future. This does not apply to charter schools as it is written now. I had an amendment which was defeated that would extend it to charter schools. So as far as you know, this isn't, as it's written right now, doesn't apply to charters or VLACs. Is that true?
So I don't have the language of the statute in front of me. I was looking at the TA. So just based on that, I don't believe that this is applicable to charter schools, but I can double check and get
Okay.
back to you. But your understanding of the law is correct. The charter school law makes very clear it has to be explicitly stated that any new law passed is applicable to charter schools.
And Prenda and Kai and the other private agencies that are doing these internet classrooms and all that, they at this point are not submitting any of this video or Zoom or what they do with the recordings or how the video is done or anything like that that you know of.
Not to my knowledge. No.
And they wouldn't necessarily be under the statute as written right now unless expressly stated.
correct unless expressly stated, but I also think it's important to look at the timeline. This particular law, the Gifted and Talented Bill, had been worked on quite a bit, and it was passed, I think, in the session when we were all remote due to the pandemic. And now it's become effective. And so I think some of the programs that you have mentioned were on that same timeline. So as that bill was passed, it would not necessarily have been thought of to incorporate EFAs and Prenda because they were all on a similar timeline. That's just based on my recollection. So it's just important to look at when different things were passed.
And could you just speak a little bit to the difference between if all you want is a discussion, sending out a memorandum rather than making a law?
Could you, I think I know what you're asking about, but could you clarify that a little bit?
Sure. So if our intent in having this bill and also the Gifted and Talented Bill is simply to encourage discussion within schools about something that we feel is important, do you feel, what is the discrepancy between just putting out a memorandum to that instance and providing information to schools and encouraging schools versus putting something in the statutes?
I think in its simplest form, one is a mandate and one is a suggestion.
So this is a mandate or a regulation in a loose, rather than just a requirement.
I think you've already answered that question, but yes, I mean, if obviously the department can put out a request, issue a technical advisory and request that this information be submitted. And in large part, I think districts are very responsive. I think the department has very good working relationships with districts. However, if the legislature passes a bill which makes it a requirement, then there will be, not only will that be messaged to the districts that this is now a requirement, but logically there will be required follow-up by the department to reach out to districts that might not have submitted those documents. And that I think is an important consideration for this legislative body is that, and that's across the board, not just talking about this particular bill, but any requirement, whether it's data, any kind of data collection. The department does spend time, I can't quantify how much, just doing that follow-up and reaching out to districts and reminding them to submit. One thing that jumps to the top of my head is the Restraint and Seclusion report every year, 126U. That is a requirement. Every November, the department produces a report that looks at the restraint and seclusion numbers from all the districts. I know you're going to ask about charter schools, and yes, I think they are included in them. And that report is turned over to the legislature. But I can tell you from personal experience, we do have to every year spend time reaching out to certain districts which have not submitted for whatever reason. It's not their fault, just other things come up. So I think that's just important to keep in mind, is there's always going to be that staff necessity, as I call it, for the follow-up. And that would be different than if it was just a request.
So if I was a concerned parent, or maybe not even a parent, just a concerned citizen in a school district, will that data be available to me? Can I file a 91A on that? Or whatever it is called, where they have to release data specific to my school district?
So in general, information that is on our website is for public consumption. And so if you file a right to know, and the information is available. So for example, the gifted and talented information is, my understanding, is publicly available or accessible. It would be right there. The 91A would be already. We had mentioned the blueprints, the emergency safety plans, those are not to be released. This legislative body could, in theory, craft something so that the information you are discussing, surveillance, recording, things of that nature, is not to be released.
And just one last question. So you say that there is staff time taken to follow up on these, staff time to accumulate them. And I've been hammering about how time is money on the school side of it, but time is money at the State Department of Education's side of it as well. And so one of the things that we've heard in the past is that the Department of Education is short-staffed, or, that you're overburdened. And I'm just wondering if this is one more burden for the Department of Education.
Well, that's a bit of a tricky question. The department, one of our many roles is to be responsive to the legislation that is passed. And if the legislature feels that this is an important measure to bring forward, the department will be responsive to it. Does it require staff time? Yes, it does. But this is not the only measure that would require staff time to create and implement and follow up on, as I mentioned, the restraint and seclusion reports as well. So that's not a consideration that the department does in its analysis, because we are responsive to the laws that are passed. So I think that is more, I'm going to defer that back to this legislative body to make that recommendation, and the department will respond as appropriate.
Thank you, Attorney Fenton. I know it's noon and you indicated at noontime, but what I'm hearing from you, though, is that the response to a memo oftentimes is not what you'd like it to be. Is that fair to say?
I don't think you get the consistency. There's no way to ensure that you will get the consistency. The request goes out, and I don't know how much the department would invest in doing that follow-up. The interpretation by the department would be different if it was a shall do this rather than a, may send out a TA requesting this information. I think the response from the department would be different. Yes.
Cross-examination, I guess that's not the right term. Representative Hall.
Just a quick question. So I just want to be clear that the DOE's role is solely clerical, period. The DOE is not going to look at these policies to say, whoa, look what this one's got, and it's solely to throw them into a folder online. That's it. And maybe track the data, track who's visiting that, who's opening that folder, because I think that that's really important to know. But
I'm going to answer your question globally, and then I will kind of drill down to your question. One of the overarching concerns, not just on this legislation, but all the legislation, every session, the question from the department's perspective is always, what is the expectation of the department? What is the requirement of the department? Because historically what we have seen, our bills are passed and then we fast forward 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then someone says, yeah, what has the department done with this law? What has the department done with this information? And there have been times where I have sat before you and said very coherently with my law degree, I don't know, or my other favorite, nothing. And that is just a reality, and we've all seen that. And so when the Gifted and Talented bill came up, I remember having conversations with Representative Moffett to say, what is the expectation on the department? Because we can collect any document this legislature wants us to collect. But in terms of being good stewards of state dollars, state time, state resources, what is the end result? What is the expectation that the department will do? So to drill down to your question, we will read these policies. We're not just blindly putting them in there, but we are not in a position to weigh in on them and to say, oh, this is a good policy. This doesn't seem like a good policy. We wouldn't do that kind of analysis. The objective of the law as passed, the Gifted and Talented bill, was to have it be a warehouse, if you will, where people can go and look for best practices. That was the understanding from the department's perspective, and that is what was then created. So yes, the department will likely look at them and read them just to see what's being submitted. but we're not going and doing any analysis or saying, hey, we're going to send this out as a best practice, or we really think that, I'll pick on my old high school, Kennett High School has a really good policy. We're going to send this out and be preemptive and say, everyone should adopt this policy. We have always deferred to local control. And the idea was, this is something that districts can reach out and look at and make that their own determination. And I don't think there was ever any intent that the department would weigh in and have that say.
Good question, Representative Hall, and a good answer, I think. Last call, I know it's a little bit afternoon, for Attorney Fenton. Thank you so much for being here. We have another session this afternoon. You might be around for that at 1 o'clock.
I'm going to try, since I'm already late for my noon. Why not?
All right. Thank you for your time. I should have got to you. I was bloviating, I'm sure, slowed things down. Okay, Representative Luna would ask about the purposes. So, or where we go from here. What I am looking to do, I have a lot of notes and questions from you all. What I'll try to do, there's a form here to fill out. I've started at subcommittee work session. What I will do is tonight or sometime soon, I'll organize my notes and I'll send it to all of you here so you can see some of the points that I had. And then I would encourage you to add or edit or feel free to just add on anything that my notes might have missed that you think is salient or relevant or should be part of our little report from our work session. I don't necessarily see a need to try to squeeze in another meeting before July or necessarily even in September. We had a hearing, an exec session. We talked a lot today about concerns and aspects of this. Does anybody want to try to have another session? I'm seeing Representative Cornell shaking her head in the negative. I'm kind of there too, but I don't want to. So, okay, so what I'll do, Dave, is I'll work some notes up, share them with you all. You can edit, add, whatever. And then once we all have everything on there that we think should be included, I'll send it to the chair and the whole committee. And then this, as far as a recommendation, I guess I'll put this in my notes. If this were to come back in a future session, here are the concerns and the pieces of it that we've identified that need to be worded better or differently if this ever comes back.
So is the interim study committee going to take a vote on a recommendation?
Good question. I don't have a motion to make other than what I just said.
I'd make a motion to, well, I can't make a motion because I'm not on the committee.
I would like to make a motion that we vote, not recommended this for future legislation.
Okay, as to that motion, I'm reticent to have a vote on this because several of the people that the chair assigned to be here could not be here. Representative Lekis was assigned and she's out of state. Representative Sodi was assigned. So to be fair to those folks who were assigned to the committee and weren't able to be here, I don't want to, disenfranchise them. Or we could schedule another meeting. Right, correct. And my feeling, and we can, we would have, if we have another meeting that could involve them, would need to be in July. That's kind of, I'm sorry, I meant to say June. And we're kind of running out of time. We could try to do that, or we could try to do something in September. So I don't see us having a vote for the reasons I just gave. So again, what I will do, as I said, is I'll organize the notes from this first work session, send it to everybody for your review, and then we can meet again in September if the chair recommends that. And we don't have to make a recommendation.
Does it,
Sure.
excuse me, doesn't, in the past, when I've been on these interim study committees, that we usually have a vote, have a statement that's given to the full committee, then the full committee meets in September and just goes through them. after they've received the report and make the final decision from there. That's
Our vote would not bind the committee.
right, our vote.
Sure, I mean, that's what happened with the gifted bill originally, as I said a couple times, also the unified sports. So I guess what will happen is, as I said, I'll organize the notes from this session, send them to the chair with the recommendation that we meet in September, and then at a subsequent meeting, try to have a motion at that time.
So you know, this committee has a lot of interim study bills, a lot, and there's going to be, I think, a number of full committee interim study meetings in September, and I think Rick has sort of reserved September for that. Plus, we have to wrap up in September, I think, with the full committee vote on these. I don't see, since a vote today would not be binding on the committee, I think we know how the vote would land, given who's here today and is on the committee. But it doesn't really matter. But at least as far as our interim study concluding its work, rather than scheduling another meeting in a month where there's going to be a lot of meetings, I think we just go ahead and complete it today, and then we've got another meeting this afternoon in 45 minutes.
Sure, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. I absolutely hear what you're saying. Just for me, I tried to research a little bit ahead of time, but it was important to me to hear what everyone had to say and digest all of it. I personally would like to take it back to my school district and bounce it off of some of them. I'm not ready to take a vote. I'm ready to dive in and do some more research and then make a vote if you're all willing in September. I personally just need more time.
Thank you, Representative Litchfield. That's the way that I'm leaning, as I've already said. We'll send a summary to the chair and then have a discussion with him, and probably we'll need to do this the right way. We need to come back, as Representative Tanner said, and have a vote with all the members here in September. Representative Cornell.
I think it will be hard to have a vote with the people who weren't here for this entire discussion, to have them voting on, they didn't hear any of this discussion or no. And I think it's okay to have subs on subcommittees. And I think Representatives Hobson and Ford are the two people that are here in place of Representative Lekis and Sodi. So I think we could have a vote.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Cornell. I just would not feel right about having a vote involving folks that the chair did not have in the committee. I love that Dave's here and that Deb's here and that all of us here. But I would not feel right about having a vote without everybody. And I don't think it's my call to let them vote, although well, I'm glad they're here. So again, I'm going to recommend to the chair that if he wants us to make a recommendation, then he can ask the people that he's assigned to the committee to come back in September. And if he wants to reassign anybody or expand the committee, he's done that before and can do that again. So that's where I'm at. I'll make a report that you all will look at ahead of time, send it to the chair, and then let him make a recommendation as to a September meeting and a vote or not.
Can we ask
Sure.
that those that were absent review the YouTube so that they know exactly what we were talking about and don't have to repeat?
Excellent point, Representative Cornell. That's an excellent point. And this technology is there. So somebody mentioned the concern that they weren't here. Well, to the whole point of this bill and being on YouTube forever, they can review this and then they'll be read in. So does that sound like an approach that works? All right, we'll do a report, send it to the chair. He can have us meet in September if he wants, and then we can have a vote at that time. If
What time are we going to start the next?
scheduled for 1 p.m.
Want to do 1:15?
I guess the chair can push it back. You can't move in this. I wish I could have told Diana so she didn't have to. Yeah. What? Do you have Diana's? Okay. So 1:15.
1:15?
All right. We'll see you then. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. let's get started here if we could. Representative Ellison is here. Representative, I'm just looking at the roster. Representative Hall is here. Representative Luno is here. Representative Hobson is here. Representative Litchfield is here. Representative Moffett is here. The only one from the assigned committee who is not here is Representative Lekis. And we have some other visitors here. Welcome back, Representative Ford, and Representative Tanner is back as well. So to get right to it, and I think I did check the YouTube recording is out there, so I'd forgotten that was going to happen. So, but Representative Cornell made a good point that there were at least two from the previous subcommittee who weren't here. They can watch it and come back to that other bill at their convenience. All right, so this one, this afternoon work session, interim study work session on HB 1676, which has an FN. It's maybe the shortest bill, one of the shortest bills you'll ever see. And it simply calls for creating an incentive grant capability to reward school districts that improve their standardized test scores, and that's that's it. So real quick, this also, we had a hearing and an exec session on it. One of the things that came up, and I mentioned this in an email that I put out, one of the concerns that Representative Mary Beth Wallace flagged was the initial language in the measure called for a transfer from the so-called rainy day fund to DOE to create an account and then establish a criteria to reward schools that improve their standardized test scores. So one of the issues was that the right way to do it, if we do it? And if we did do it, should there be a separate line item? So I'm going to kind of leave it at that. And we're interested in some perspectives on this proposed measure. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just being relatively new to the process, the outcome of a study committee usually is we recommend it pass, it does not pass, it passes with amendments. What does that usually look like?
Sure, thanks for the question. I've done a number of these. I'm sure others have as well. Typically, yes, the work session, you'll have a work session or multiple work sessions, and eventually the subcommittee will take a vote on the measure I think the choices in this case are to recommend OTP or ITL, and I believe, and maybe Representative Luno's been around, I don't know if an option is to recommend a version of OTPA. In other words, for example, from what I just said, if there was a motion to support this measure, if it was amended so that the funding was a separate line item as opposed to coming from the rainy day fund. So I think there's an OTPA option as well that could be recommended to the full committee. Dave, you probably,
Yeah. So thanks, Mike. I think that would actually be inside of the committee report. So there's what the committee will do eventually is vote on the two motions would be recommended for future legislation or not recommended for future legislation. And there would also be a very short committee report, 2 or 3 sentences, and that's where you could put, if it was recommended for future, to include, such and such changes. So, yeah.
So I guess there's 3 options. Basically, is Representative Luno explained, there is a kind of an OTPA option.
Future or not, it's either recommended or not.
Okay. Okay, and Representative Ford, you were very quiet this morning. If you want to sound off, I mean, it's a work session. So, and saying Representative Tanner is not on this, was not assigned to this, but again, Attorney Fenton is back and may have some input as well, or have a chance to answer some questions. So, I spoke a lot this morning. I try not to speak as much now. I have a few thoughts on this, but who wants to offer some thoughts on this 1676, Representative Hall.
I just had a question about, does anyone know, and maybe that's Attorney Fenton, back when we, schools were city schools, I mean, do we have all of that data, like when schools in need of improvement and they were targeted to be those city schools and they had to come up with their, I think it might have been another one where there's those SIPs, school improvement plans and all that. Do we have that data as to where they came and went? You know what I mean? Like, was it successful or did
Sure.
schools improve their standardized scores or?
Attorney Fenn, to kind of speed things along this afternoon, could I invite you to come up to the microphone and as these questions come up, rather than save you for the end, like, I don't want to say dessert, but maybe we can get you involved right quick here to keep things moving. And did you hear Representative Hall's question? She might restate maybe.
Sure. Back a few years ago, we had schools are targeted according to their test scores, and they were identified as city schools, and they had to come up with, schools in need of improvement, and then they had SIP plans, the school improvement plans, and at some point it was decided that every school was going to be a school in need of improvement because of their scores and whatnot. So what happened to that? Do we know? Because it's kind of the same thing. It was an incentive to bring your test scores up. Do we know whatever happened, or did it just fall apart because it wasn't working, or what?
Thank you for the question. For the record, Diana Fenton with the Department of Education. I don't know off the top of my head is the short answer. I can look into that, but I'm not aware of that program. I don't think anything necessarily fell apart, but there might have been a time span in which that program was run, and then there's no additional follow-up. That's typically, and again, I'm not speaking directly to the program you mentioned, but that's typically what we've seen historically. So, but I can certainly look into that.
Thank you, Attorney Fenn. That maybe as a prime sponsor, I should offer just a few words on this to provide a little bit of fidelity or whatever. So the impetus behind this, and most all of you were at the hearing when this first came up, as every bill does, and we talked about this some in exec session, and it was recommended for interim study. The thinking behind this, again, as a prime sponsor among several sponsors, is that I and we saw and see some utility and some value to rewarding schools that improve, and we spend so much time on school funding. And right now, as you all know so well, there are mechanisms in place to help schools, for example, with low third grade reading scores. Now, the concern, I'm sure you've all heard this before, to some folks, that is a disincentive of sorts, at least in some people's minds. In other words, the worse they do, the worse the third graders do reading, the more money they get. And so the intent of that is to identify schools that are struggling and give them money, the assumption being that the money will help them to improve their instruction, which, there's different perspectives on how effective that is. So the thinking here is, and I hate to say reward failure. I don't want to use that term. Some others have used that term with regard to giving money to districts whose third grade scores are low. Again, as I just said, I understand the intent of that, but there's also a mindset that if we can somehow give districts incentives to apply some approaches that maybe have been proven effective elsewhere, that there may be some utility to that. Now, going back to the hearing, it came up about competition, and this is not, as the sponsors see it, this does not involve competing against any other school. All this involves, as proposed, is competing, so to speak, against a baseline, against a school's established, whatever baseline is established in terms of whatever assessment is used. Now, have to, as I said earlier this morning, some of us spoke informally with some folks at DOE about the general concept of this, and there was some interest in that. The question, if this moves forward at some point, and we come back to it next year, what assessment should be used? And Caitlin Davis had some ideas. Now, we did not, in the initial proposal, specifically identify any assessment yet. But were this to move forward, one vision is that DOE would have the authority to work with stakeholders to identify the best assessment and then the criteria for rewards. So there's a little bit more background on the thinking behind this. And again, wanting to reward achievement as opposed to simply also rewarding, if rewarding is the right word, giving money to schools that have established low scores. So there's a little bit more background. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mike. A couple things I just want to point out. First of all, I think in the research and report that was prepared by the Commission to Study School Funding, we actually went away from the third grade reading characteristic and instead focused on true student characteristics and district characteristics when looking at how to properly fund schools. So we looked at free and reduced price lunch as a proxy for economic factors, family factors, English language learners, special education, and school district size. And so a formula was developed around these factors to basically connect with a predicted cost for a school district to educate all of its students to a statewide outcome using data that the DOE has collected for the last decade. So I agree with you that the third grade reading, I think there's certainly rationale for not using that as a performance factor in determining funding, but actually using real predicted costs on what it would take for a school district to educate its students to a statewide average. The second thing I wanted to sort of just note from the bill as introduced is that there's it's $1 million appropriation with a $50,000 cap per school district, and I think $50,000 in a district like Pittsfield might mean a lot more than say $50,000 in a district like Manchester or Nashua, and so where we're looking to do something as an incentive, I'm not sure it's necessarily a fair reward, given the sort of disparate sizes we have across the state in school districts. And then I guess the other thing from a school funding perspective. First of all, $1 million on a just short of $1.1 billion state spend, a $3 billion total spend isn't really going to move the needle much for anybody, and certainly in a district like let's say a small district, it might be able to help pay for a 0.5 FTE, social work or something like that, or school counselor. But in a larger district like Manchester, Nashua, Concord, it's not going to do much in terms of what the district can do with those funds. So those are really my comments on the bill.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Luno. And if you don't have the bill, you can find that online if you don't have a copy right in front of you. There was a cap in the original measure of 50,000, and I think that's a fair comment. In the sense that in the grand scheme of things, how much is 50,000? As you say, Pittsfield, it would mean more than a larger school. So the numbers, it's just me talking, the numbers can be tweaked if some version of this ever moves forward. I hope it does. I believe in it. I believe in incentives and rewarding success in some fashion. However, it may or may not ever happen. But, 50,000, or if we double it to 2 million or 100,000, it helps. And I know school funding has been something that you've especially been concerned about. And I think my response would be every little bit helps. But beyond that, if a school improved their assessment score, whatever the assessment may be, whatever the criteria may be, whatever the amount may be, psychologically, any school that won an award, whether it's 50,000 or any amount, is a cause for celebration. I think that in terms of morale and public support and parental support and school pride, any school that earned an award, I think there's an intrinsic value to that beyond just the monetary value. I think that if winning an award increased parental support for the local school, as I said, school pride, I think there's value to that, intrinsic value beyond just the monetary value. Other thoughts? Who was first? All right, Representative Ford, please, you go.
My question was, actually, is there any specific designation of an award? What is the award given to accomplish? I assume it means I'm simply assuming that if you did well at that, you're going to do more of it and improve it more. I don't know, but was there ever a specific objective for the award to be utilized to achieve?
Sure, Representative Ford, thank you. As a prime sponsor, I'll try to answer that. Yeah, the objective is to incentivize and reward and shine a light on success, and supplementary to that, if a school improved whatever assessment scores we're talking about, I think that could potentially, this isn't in the language, but this is in the thinking, if a school improved their scores, and some people might look at that school and say, okay, what did you do different? How did you improve your scores? Is that something that we in a different district could look at or consider? That's another piece of this. It's not stated beyond simply rewarding success. And Representative Litchfield, sure.
Thank you. So my impression of the bill initially was incentive in the form of maybe a bonus, as you mentioned. It's a one-time payment, so I personally don't look at it as something where you could hire more staff, because then that's something that you're going to have to fund in the future, and that's going to cost money to the taxpayers. The other concern I have, going back to this is not about school funding, is I feel as though we continue to look at school funding from the standpoint of those that are on reduced lunch, those English as a second language. What about the communities that are predominantly middle class? I feel as though we continue to kind of saddle financial burdens on them because we say they can handle it, and somehow they make it happen, but it doesn't mean that it's easy. My thought is, I don't understand why we don't give incentive and it just simply be a reward. Why couldn't it be something extracurricular that they purchase? Why couldn't it be, it would be very small because playground equipment is expensive, but why couldn't they put it to something like that? I just feel as though we always have the rules and the strings. You did a great job. Here you go. You do what you see fit. Maybe it's air conditioners for the classrooms. Just you do what you do.
Thank you, Representative Litchfield. Again, as a prime sponsor, I'll try to respond to that. The intent of the sponsors is to reward achievement and just give the award and the reward to the district to do whatever they want with absolutely no or minimal strings attached. If they want to, that's in local control. If the district qualifies for an award, then they get the award and they decide what to do with it. That's my vision of it as a sponsor. Does that answer your question a little bit? Representative Ellison.
Thank you. Just kind of to generally look at this, I'm against the bill as it's written. I'm not in favor of having the Department of Education determine what sort of formula would be used, even in conjunction with other people. I've been pretty consistent on this committee with funding bills for education and wanting to know who's going to get money when it goes through, if it's approved. This is one where we don't know, and it would have the potential of sending grants to Wolfboro, Rye, Hanover, Waterville Valley, because that's the way it came out when they ran the data. And I'd be much happier if it came out Pittsfield, Claremont, Berlin, and Franklin. I think we need to be very, very careful in using the wording that I've heard today, that we would be rewarding those schools that have low scores. That is a disservice to school districts, it's a disservice to students, it's a disservice to teachers in a number of school districts in this state. So until I can see hard data, which is based on what you've said, Mr. Chairman, down the road, because that hasn't been developed, I would not be in favor of moving this piece of legislation.
Sure, the criteria, that's a very fair question. This came up earlier in the hearing and exec session. What would the criteria be? One of the notes that I took from the earlier discussion on this measure had to do with who would determine the criteria. And should some version of this move forward somehow, someday? That's a great question. And one of the early sponsors, I hear that, and I agree with that concern. I want to be careful about trying to put too much into statute in terms of who the stakeholders are that would work with DOE to establish a criteria that works. The School Board Association, the Municipal Association, the school administrators, who should be involved with that. And my thinking is, if you get too prescriptive trying to in statute, say who's going to help determine the criteria, to me it's a little cleaner and simpler if this were to move forward in some fashion, to trust DOE and give them a fund and say, we trust that you will communicate with stakeholders and you'll develop a criteria. Here's an account and here are some funds for you to reward success with according to a criteria that we trust you to develop. I don't know how else to put that. But that's a kind of a short answer. Representative Tanner?
Yeah, I've talked in the past about the intrinsic value of awards that schools and teachers now get. And there is a whole setup to reward the Teacher of the Year and runners-up in New Hampshire, as well as award the top elementary, middle, and high schools and their runners-up. And it's a fair system where there are people on the committee that represent various parts, and it's not necessarily tied to a government department. I think that if the rewards, monetary rewards, were somehow tied to perhaps those intrinsic rewards, I would be more inclined to vote for something like this. The other issue that I have is that this is $1 million to the Department of Education, non-lapsing, with little or no accountability. And once again, I don't think we should be spending government money without a lot of accountability on it, and particularly to, whether you say it's a trust issue, I want it down in writing what's actually going to happen. And all these intrinsic awards have a well-rounded policy on how they determine it. The governor's wife is on the Teacher of the Year committee and speaks highly of their insight, where they go to schools and they actually see what's happening, and they make some judgments about with all the data as well. So I would just say that if you're going to do something like this, just don't throw money, and particularly in a $1 million fund that's non-lapsing, when you don't have any criteria and you don't have any committee and that sort of thing. Thank you.
Sure, well, obviously there would be criteria developed, of course, and that would be determined. And this would, as I see it, as a sponsor see it, Representative Tanner, this would be new money. Okay, so one question that inevitably would come to someone who would express some of your sentiments would be, why would you not want to find some new money to, however much or little, to make available to schools? That's one thought. The Teacher of the Year award, those are well-intended and wonderful, very subjective, as you all know. I mean, there's great subjectivity to so many awards. I mean, if you, whether it's All-Star Teams or National Honor Society or whatever recognitions, there's a large degree of subjectivity in those. The thing about having a criteria and metrics, actually, that takes out a lot of the subjectivity and allows the award to be granted strictly on the numbers rather than on, politics of who knows who, you mentioned the governor's wife or whatever. So that's another piece of this puzzle is having some metrics as opposed to, and I want to make one other point. I know your hand is up. When this came up before, at some point someone mentioned merit pay, and this is not about merit pay. I have problem. I mean, I love the concept of merit pay, but having been, like most of you, been in the world of education, that's a very difficult thing to do. This is not about teacher merit pay. This is about strictly identifying improvement and acknowledging and rewarding it.
May I just respond, since you said you couldn't understand why I wouldn't want to put more money into education? I do want to put more money into education, but again, you're just throwing money out to $1 million to the Department of Education, non-lapsing, and again, it's the subjectivity in the Teacher of the Year award. I think if you talk to the people on that committee, it would not be political. It would not be subjective. It takes in people making recommendations. It takes in a lot of other things. It's just like the Krista McAuliffe scholarship. But they also have criteria for schools, and there's a lot of components on. We talked about this with Every Student Succeeds, that the measure of a school is not just their test scores, but it's their growth, it's their graduation rate, it's a lot of other metrics that you can point to. In order to be a good steward of taxpayer money, I want to know the metrics, and I want to know who's going to be actually on that committee before I throw the $1 million that way. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And the $1 million was what was in the original measure. That's a nice round figure. It could be 2 million more. That's something for future discussion. Personally, I'd like to see more than that. But we're dealing with $1 million numbers $1 million for now, given that was what was in the original measure. Representative Hobson.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Rep. Tanner a question. So you mentioned intrinsic awards, and I was wondering if you could describe what an intrinsic award is.
Sure.
I have another part two. Part two, would you be agreeable to a committee of stakeholders? Like when I was on the Drinking Water Commission, we award money to districts in need as long as they can show, X, Y, Z. We've got the commissioner, we've got members of the committee, we've got other stakeholders throughout the drinking water establishment. Would would that kind of a committee that goes through the awards, whatever they be, would that be something that if was added to this bill, could you support it?
Thank you for asking that question. One, the intrinsic rewards are right now, for example, the elementary in my district, Grantham Elementary received the elementary school award. They received a commendation from the Department of Education. That was it. Okay. And they did a lot of hard work for that. And the same thing with the Teacher of the Year award. It's intrinsic because it's in name only. I mean, you get it, but you have to go through a lot of hoops to get to it. That's what intrinsic award is. Or if you're on a basketball team and you win Division I, you get little charms that say that you're a state championship team, and that's intrinsic. That is enough of a reward for those people to feel very special about what they do. Okay, and in education, most teachers don't go into education thinking they're going to be rich. Okay, and they go into it because they feel a calling, or they feel the reward is intrinsic to the job that you have. And you like to have enough money to have a decent, car and living and that sort of thing. Your committee that you had based their rewards on need. And I am 1,000% in giving rewards and giving extra money to school districts based on need. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about giving this Department of Education $1 million without knowing how they're going to spend it or how they're going to dole it out, with only the instruction that we want it to reward, positive things or high achievement, not necessarily high growth or whatever. And as Representative Ellison said, my guess is it's going to go to Hanover and Wolfboro and, the schools that we already know from the commission report have a high base. Sunapee, the town that I represent, has a high base, and we're able to support our students to the max. So, and yet the Berlin, say it wrong, Berlin and Franklin and those schools that need it based on need, but also maybe have made tremendous growth, would be a great recipient for something like that.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that back and forth. The other thing that I don't know if we've talked about, and I don't remember if it was in the other, one of the other hearings, this seems to be the never-ending discussion, but I thought we were talking about rewards like a field trip or a field day or just money that you could use for fun. And even in, I guess a quote successful district, I know these kids aren't having any fun. They're not going places. They're not going on field trips. Maybe they're coming to the State House, but I'm not hearing a lot of that kind of reward. So if anybody would want to talk about, could this be an opportunity for kids to experience something outside of the budget? That's really it.
To go back to what I said earlier, I think to your point, were some version of this to move forward, then if a school suddenly had a $50,000 award because of showing improvement in a standardized test score, could you take that $50,000 and actually do quite a, they could do 50, if a field trip was $1,000, they could do 50 field trips if they wanted. That's one way that I look at it. I also want to follow up on the notion that the Hanovers would be the ones that would most benefit from this. Again, going back to the hearing, the intent of this would be schools would have whatever assessment was identified as the assessment that would be the basis for the criteria. Schools would be competing only against themselves. So whatever their baseline is, if they improve it by whatever the criteria is, they improve by 10%. If that's what it's decided, then they get an award. I don't know what the threshold will be. That's to be determined. I don't think we, in this work session or in the committee as a whole, should get in the weeds and get too prescriptive, other than to make some funding and support available for DOE to establish criteria to reward success. Now, if the school is a low base, in fact, I think Representative Tanner, I think it's kind of the opposite of what you kind of were alluding to with Hanover. Hanover, if their baseline is fairly high because they're a higher performing school, for them to get that 10% improvement would be much harder for Hanover than, say, pick a school, Claremont. If Claremont or Berlin or whoever, if their initial baseline is lower, it's much easier for the poor performing school to get that 10%. In fact, this came up in committee hearing. It's much harder for a higher performing school that's already got a high baseline to get that 10 or 20%. So I think it's really kind of the opposite concern from what you expressed. I think it's the lower schools that will have an easier time improving their baseline score. Sure, Representative Tanner.
Schools that are like Franklin and Newport and Claremont are doing everything that they can do to get the kids to improve. And they would have a more difficult time to do a 10 or 20% improvement. I mean, you sound like it'd be easy for them to do. It's not easy at all. If it was easy, they would be doing it right now.
Sure, and we're not casting any, I hope I'm mishearing you, we're not casting any aspersions on any school. All I am saying on behalf of the sponsors is that schools would simply be, if some version of this moved forward, schools would be competing against their own baselines, their own selves, and those baselines are different. You know, some have higher, some have lower. It's not an issue of what schools are trying hard or doing now. It's very metric based as proposed. Representative Hall.
Yes. Okay, so I'm thinking about the schools in regard to their test scores. Already, they are doing the best. And it kind of goes along with Representative Tanner. They're working hard to get their test scores up. So the notion that this, that you put some money in front of them and we're going to do better, I'm not so sure that that's really accurate. I mean, I think the schools work to do their best on the test scores, and sometimes you hear about people, this kind of stuff ends up people teaching to the test. God, I want them to do well on the test, and that could be an unintended consequence with something like this. But I think the money, in this case, the money comes after the increase, as opposed to giving the money so that they do increase. This is going to say you're going to increase your test scores, then you're going to get this money. Then you can buy it, as you said, you can put on air conditioning or whatever you want. I don't know. It just seems like I think teachers work really hard right now and doing their best.
Oh, sure, I agree. As I just said to Representative Tanner, I don't think I or anyone is casting any aspersions on any district or any teachers not doing their best. But I think, honestly, what the sponsors are trying to do with this and other measures, I'm sure that you've noticed that there's a hunger on the part of many parents and people who care about education to see a different paradigm. It goes back to the very beginning when we talked about, as Representative Luno got into the school funding committee was rethinking the way you looked at the third grade test scores. So again, as I've already said, we talk about innovation, and here's something that's a little bit innovative, rewarding success in some fashion with a criteria to be determined. So again, it doesn't cast aspersions on, and it's not intended to cast aspersions on anyone or any school other than to try to have a new incentive or reward, rewarding success, as I've already said. I do want to ask, I'm not sure, we don't have everybody here, and like with the last hearing, we probably won't take a vote or try to take a vote, but I do want to get the subcommittee's sense on if something were to move forward like this in some fashion, someday, somehow. It sounded like from the hearing that transferring from the rainy day fund was not the right way to go. Representative Walls pointed out during the hearing, when the bill was introduced, that there were probably issues with transferring money from the rainy day fund unless it's an emergency. My response was, you know, we hear that education needs money, and some call it emergency. So that was my short answer to her, but I think her point was well taken. So let me see if we have a consensus. Whether this should or should not go forward, that's not my question. But if someday some version of this went forward, do we agree that it should not come from the rainy day fund, but it should be a separate line item? That's my question. Is it fair to assume that we all agree that the rainy day fund would not be the way to go? Is that fair to say? Is there anyone who thinks it should?
I think it was more the procedure to get it. I mean, it wasn't where it comes from so much as the process that Representative Walls was speaking to, is that that has to go through the Finance Committee, and it also has to be, you know, the rainy day, the emergency fund has certain requirements in order to get into it. So we can't legislate, oh, just dump $1 million into the DOE every year and let it lapse.
Well, you mean, when you say dump it in, you're talking about, we should not be legislating that we take money out of the rainy day fund for this purpose, correct?
We can't.
Well, that's
I think
what
that's what
she said, and I just said I think she was onto something. I think that, you know, we can try to make the argument that we could do it, but it sounds like that's not the way to go. So for my notes, I want to put that we're all in agreement that as the bill originally came to this committee with the transfer from the rainy day fund, we all agree that that's not the way to go. Is that fair to say?
I won't be able to.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. My feeling is that what Mary Beth said, and she's been on finance forever, is that you can't do it that way. You can't
Right.
just put it in a bill. It's got to be a process.
Sure. So in my notes, I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that we agree with Representative Walls and whoever pointed out concerns about the way this was originally proposed, that the rainy day fund, that approach is not what we think it works or is.
Yeah, I think what Mary Beth was saying is the rainy day fund is not an option for this. It's not whether we want to or we think it should or it shouldn't be. It's not available for this.
It's not our decision to make.
Yeah, unless you were to change the rainy day fund statute.
Right, correct. So the one note that I have a bunch of notes here I'll share with all of you. So I'm going to put down that we agree that the bill is originally introduced calling for a rainy day fund transfer. We don't recommend that. And if this were to ever move forward, it would have to be funded otherwise, correct? Okay. All right, good. So that's a plus. Other thoughts on any aspect of this incentive grant? Sure. Representative Hobson.
Sorry, I keep butting in. I was wondering if we put restrictions on, you could only receive the award one time. You can't continually get the award year after year for showing improvement. So like, you know, Rye High School could only get it one time. Or potentially even setting up, I'm channeling my inner school superintendent during union contract negotiations. He got down to the fine details. If we put requirements or parameters around maybe schools in need versus qualifying schools in need and those not in need financially or otherwise, 50% of the awards. If we got down to that kind of detail within these awards, would that be something of interest to all parties?
Sure, thank you. And I'll, go ahead, David, and I had a thought on that too.
No, thanks, Mike. And Deb, I mean, I think you're on to something there. However, I guess I guess the problems when it comes to school districts having access to the funds they need to have strong student outcomes universally across the state and every district is such a great problem that as we spend every hour of our group on this, we're not putting our mind share and our time on solving, I think, a much more significant problem for students and taxpayers across the state. And yeah, we could come up with a 35-page bill on how to spend $1 million a year on incentivizing schools, some that have access to $45,000 per pupil and some that have access to $11,000 per pupil, some that are even less than that, in terms of having good student outcomes. And you know what? It's probably a lot easier for a school district that has access to $45,000 per student, in terms of maybe working this a little bit. You use the example of Rye. I'm not quite sure where they're at. I don't think they're at 45, but I did get a call from somebody in response to one of the Rye school board members. Actually, she's a state rep from Rye. She'd gotten a phone call from one of the Rye school board members asking why Rye's getting $1 million plus back this year, because they don't get money back from the state for adequacy, but they did because of the budget bill that reduced SWEPT by $100 million and actually included a $15 million supplemental grant to the excess SWEPT towns who are losing money. So Rye was getting somewhere close to $1 million back for that, and she was incredulous about this. That there's other districts that need it more, and rightly so. This bill just doesn't contemplate that at all, and it doesn't help to address and make things better in Pittsfield or Newport or Berlin or Claremont or Manchester. And frankly, it does. I think provide some additional opportunity for districts that can afford to. I mean, who have access to tremendous financial resources to apply those resources in different ways, in terms of winning a $50,000 award and doing something with that for their student body. I'm not against it, but I am against spending our mind share and our time on working on this when much more significant problems are facing the state.
To one of your points about criteria and how much we should get involved with that, my personal vision of this is to not be prescriptive. Basically, to cut this right to the nub of it. I and others would like to simply make some extra money available for DOE to reward success. Simple as that. And then in terms of which assessment would be used, again, we've had some informal conversations. Caitlin Davis said she had a recommendation at some point, if it ever gets to that point, which assessment she would recommend to be used. Once that assessment say this moves forward, which obviously I believe in it. In fact, I think it can do a lot of good in a lot of ways. It is worth our time. And I think that many people out there, I don't know how many folks are watching on YouTube or will watch on YouTube, but I know that many people applaud or would applaud or will applaud us trying to create a little extra money to reward success. And which assessments can be used, what are the criteria to be used? That I don't think that's for us to get into the weeds to do. Let's find, my thinking, let's find some money, make it available to DOE, and let them develop the criteria. And maybe let's try this. And I hate to see the perfect be the enemy of the good, and that's our job. Is what we do is ask questions. And whoever brings a bill in, we pick it apart and troubleshoot it, ask questions, which is good. But I think too often, really good things don't move forward because we get wrapped up with the perfect being the enemy of the good. Anyway, so to your question or point about criteria, I would just trust DOE. Let them have $1 million one time. See how it works. Maybe it'll work great. And so there's another $1 million that goes to 20 different schools, 50,000. And in the process, if some approaches are used or shared, that how do they improve? They did this. I think there's great value to that. But again, that's my opinion. Other thoughts on any piece of this? If not, before we, and again, I'm not going to look to try to have a vote. We don't have all the assigned people here, although this is apparently on YouTube for people to look at, and we can come back to it. While Attorney Fenton is here, I would like to, if I could, get a little bit of a sense from her if she can convey any thoughts from anyone from the DOE side. Again, as I mentioned earlier, some of us have chatted informally with folks from DOE, to include the commissioner, on the concept of rewarding success. And there was significant interest in the concept. So anyway, Attorney Fenton, does anybody have any DOE type questions for Diana while she's here on how DOE might look at this beyond what some of the folks there have said informally? Representative Tanner.
Never pass up an opportunity to ask Diana a question. Is there any reason that there's not any monetary reward to the Teacher of the Year or to the school districts that succeed now, that are recognized for excellence in education at the various levels, and their runners-up?
For the record, Diana Fenton with the Department of Ed. To the best of my knowledge, there's been no financial appropriation for those groups. I don't know the logic behind it and the reasoning behind it and the political decision making behind it, which I think is really the crux of your question. I'm not privy to that information.
Let me ask Representative Tanner a question along those lines. If at some point and down the road in the future, some version of this bill is introduced, would you support a measure of funding to go to DOE to do what you just described, to reward whoever wins the Teacher of the Year or whatever?
I would support funding to go to the intrinsic rewards that we now give, like Teacher of the Year and the recognition of excellence in education in the various levels, through the committees that are currently set up to do that with the criteria that they have, on a rather than give the money to DOE to then give out. I would give it to the committees that are set up right now to award those. And I would try to get businesses to support it. I mean, businesses are interested in, you talk about taking money from the rainy day fund. A lot of businesses are really interested in supporting education, and as you said, probably would be interested in rewarding high performance. And I would say try to get business sponsorship for these things and encourage that.
So I'm trying to understand your answer to my question. My question was, would you, given what you said about Teacher of the Year, would you support funding from the state that would be earmarked to reward Teacher of the Year?
if it was done through the same criteria with the same type of committees that they now have. My concern is the accountability of just giving $1 million to DOE and letting DOE set up the criteria, make the awards, and lapse the fund, have non-lapsing funds so that this amount of money keeps building up. That's my issue. So, yes, I fully would support funding these different awards, these intrinsic awards.
Using with a state appropriation earmark for that.
State, but yes, state, but I also think that it would be a great idea to try to get, businesses, just like Grapponi Ford, supports the CRTC in Concord. I'm sure there are a lot of businesses that would put money into a fund to do that.
I think
rather
that
than use state
businesses,
taxpayers' money.
I think that businesses are asked to contribute to the Teacher of the Year. What that looks like, I'm not sure, but I know that I've had those discussions. I know I've participated in some of those, the communication and the outreach as it pertains to that. I do want to talk about kind of the criteria, which has been a point of big discussion here. So, as currently written, this bill provides for rulemaking under 541A. And so this would be set up the way that a lot of other programs are set up at the DOE, whether it's a robotics initiative grant. This past legislative session, there was a co-curricular activities bill, and those are smaller amounts, $50,000 for $4,000 grants to school districts. And in each robotics and the co-curricular, the department has rulemaking authority to create what those programs look like, what the criteria is. In terms of your concern about accountability, there are a lot of statutes that require the department to submit a report to the legislature every year to document what that looks like. I don't know if that fully addresses your concern, but that is something that we've seen in other bills.
Attorney Fennell, you mentioned the robotics awards. The monies that are associated with that in those awards, where do those monies come from?
I would have to look at each individual bill, but my understanding is, I mean, we can look at the co-curricular bill that was passed this last session. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but hold on.
To include special Olympic
Yes.
athletes into different groups.
The
Yeah.
co-curricular. I have my chart. Hold on. Oh, good. I was almost there. 1624. Thank you. I mean, it doesn't have to be based on that, but that's certainly a framework. Anytime there's an appropriation to DOE for grants to districts, I always go back to robotics and then the co-curricular. It gives you a framework on how you can structure this. Because I know both of those bills, robotics and co-curricular, those went through an enormous amount of work to get to the final product. And so I know Representative Mullen was a co-sponsor on the co-curricular bill, and that didn't pass the first time around. And one of the things that she looked at was robotics. And the department was very successful in creating the rules by which those grants were then distributed to districts. I don't know if there was a report required, the accountability piece in those programs. I don't recall that. There might have been for robotics, but I don't recall off the top of my head. But there are other bills by which the department is held accountable, and usually you see that in the form of reporting back to the legislature in some form or fashion.
Just a note on the co-curricular bill that that you just alluded to. I was the original sponsor of that. It started out 2 terms ago is a unified sports bill that has had a circuitous journey. Representative Lang, the next year, took it over. But FYI, that bill, and Representative Mullen and I are both co-sponsors, is going to the governor's desk next week. So that is a success story. And that involved a $50,000, it had a financial, it was a $50,000 piece of that, and that is going to the governor next week. So that is a success story, but it took 3 terms and financial committee and tweaking and anyway. But I'm very interested to hear as I look at 541A and contemplate the reality that there's a model already in place that DOE is using to make financial awards to support excellence in robotics. That exists, correct?
Well, I will correct your language just slightly. It's not to reward excellence in robotics. It is a grant program for, and again, I don't have the language of the bill in front of me, but it is for startup programs so that districts can have either a club or a program for their students. And so it was to pay for, I don't know anything about robotics, I'm embarrassed to admit, but just the startup materials for those types of clubs. I don't think it was allowed to pay for the stipend. It would not pay for things like t-shirts or anything like that. It was a focus on getting the material so that a district who did not have a robotics club previously could have that opportunity for their students. And then if there was money left over, the leftover money could go to support an existing club. And so what we saw around the state was that people were taking advantage of this opportunity to bring in a resource that maybe their district didn't have previously. And then I think that idea went into the co-curricular activities bill with the same kind of idea, recognizing that some districts already have this in place and might need support to continue it, and others would need that startup money. So it wasn't to reward excellence. It wasn't to recognize districts that already had it and was achieving something. It was to just bring opportunity to districts that did not have it. And that would be very different than what is proposed in front of us now. But I think I always call it the infrastructure by which the department could administer that program, if this bill were to pass, is already in place. We would simply transfer that infrastructure to this idea and this concept.
Thank you very much. So making note that you just explained that the infrastructure essentially is in place to implement
awarding, providing grants to districts
that qualify that meet the criteria.
That meet criteria. I mean, we have created criteria by which we say, if you want to start a robotics program, this is what we're looking for, and we are prepared to do the same with the co-curricular bill. So that piece is in place. In terms of the rulemaking, and there was some discussion about that, in general terms, when the department engages in rulemaking, whatever the rulemaking is for, whether it's for social studies teaching certificate or whatever it is, we always work with stakeholders. And I have not seen a bill that sets out who those stakeholders should be. I'm not familiar with ever seeing a law that has set out who the stakeholders shall be. But just in terms of our rulemaking process, we always just do that as a matter of course. And then as part of the rulemaking process, all the rules that are proposed do go to a public hearing. And so the public has the opportunity to look at what is proposed by the department, come before the state board, and voice their concern or their opinion in support of it. And so that's just a little insight into our rulemaking process.
Thank you. It's very interesting to hear that what you described about the infrastructure that currently exists to do what is currently being done, potentially being something that could be copied in some fashion for other initiatives, it sounds like.
I mean, that's certainly our plan for the, for 1624.
That's the co-curricular bill, yeah.
Bill, and I know that, that came from when Representative Mullen was testifying to that bill, I think last session, or maybe even 2 sessions ago. And I think it was ITL'd in House Finance Division too.
Right.
And so the discussion there was, this needs more structure. And the thought was similar to the robotics grant incentive program, which, I mean, I don't know how you measure it, but it seemed to be a very successful initiative. And so that was her thought, to kind of rework the bill, and that moving forward is what ultimately passed. And I know there was continuous discussion about that this session in House Finance. And certainly from my perspective at the department, as we look at rulemaking, and it's interesting because that bill, I'll just bring this to your attention now because I just realized it. In the rulemaking, it's a may, it's not a shall. I've never seen a may for rulemaking. So now I'm all befuddled as to what I do. But my problem, not yours. But, when we look at this, that's based on robotics. And so my thought, it doesn't have to be, but my thought is, anytime that the department is going to be tasked with issuing grants that are based on criteria of some sort, we will go back to look at what worked in the past, what can be made better. But yes, we have that infrastructure in place to do that.
Thank you very much for that. Other questions for Attorney Fenton? Thanks so much. I have no further questions for the witness. I feel I purposely did not sit in the chairman's chair because I'm not worthy.
Back to the old days.
So we have an hour plus that we have on YouTube, presumably, that people can, Alicia's not here, as with this morning, that is there for people to look at. I'm not going to try to have a vote on any motions unless the whole group is here. So as I said, with most of you here for the other session, I'll organize some notes and share the notes with everyone. And then once we all agree that whatever notes reflect our back and forth, I'll send that to the chair. And then we can come back to things in September once people can look at the YouTubes who aren't here, and other folks can weigh in as well. Anything else? That's where I'm at. I'll put the words together for you all. Anything else? Well, there's a motion on the floor, I guess, in this working session. Yeah, if there's nothing else to be added, I'll work on some notes. We'll press on. And whoever's watching on YouTube, thanks for watching.
I'm sitting under the air conditioning. I'm freezing.
For the record, that's Representative Hobson is freezing under the air conditioning. Thanks again.